Hello. Welcome, everybody. Speaking of welcome back to the Student Body of Miro. Much appreciated. How you all doing? What did I do? To who? Maxim? I didn't do anything to Maxim. Nothing at all. That's the beauty of it. No idea when that... What do they call it? Is it the Blade of Damocles? I would drop this, but it's gonna go into my lap, and that could be bad. But imagine that I'm dropping this. It's hanging there. Okay, I was right. No, I didn't have time to. I'll probably try to do it before... Well, I'll definitely try to do it before Friday. So this stream won't have it, but hopefully after that it will. What's interesting, though... I mean, I'll take a look. I wonder, is there like a comparison video on YouTube? Is that... With the art style... I kind of like the 30 FPS. Like, the movement just seems to fit that art style well. But that's the only movement I've seen, so it's entirely possible that 60 still looks better. There are some games where it's like, okay, 60 obviously looks better than 30. Mega Man's a big example. I hate watching Mega Man at 30 FPS. But 60 FPS looks smooth, looks amazing. But sometimes, every once in... Like... You'll see a bunch of people who do their, chatting videos, like where they're providing an update or stuff like that. They'll do it at 30 FPS because it's more cinematic or something, is what I've heard. I've thought about trying to do that, but I don't know if it would actually look any good. I'm blind too, so maybe I wouldn't notice a difference. And if I don't notice a difference, then it's really about what looks better to you guys. Yeah, but we'll I'll see. We'll see. We'll see if there's a difference and what the difference is, whether it's good or not. That's probably true. Okay, so yes, Emiro, in general, I would say deference should be given to the developers in terms of like why they did what they did, but it's also entirely possible that if they could have, they would have done it a different way. They chose to do it like they did it this way because of reasons outside of their control. They're made for 60 and then down. Maybe that's why they look good. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Maxim and I, and Tom was also there. I did a, just a chill Discord stream the other day for any members that wanted to jump in. We were talking to, I was talking to Discord, I was talking to Maxim and Tom, and Maxim brought up the Watson thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's, yeah, I don't really, kind of know what's going on. So I don't really consider that a spoiler. You guys can talk about that. As long as you're not telling me what happens. If you're just talking about he is Watson, then, you know, whatever. Although I did note that my ideal Watson is like Jude Law or Martin Freeman, not some old ass dude. So for me, it's still like, okay, sure, Watson. But yeah, how's everybody doing? Daydreamer, CJ, Amiro, Maxim, Vinny, Doggo, Void, Bonsai, Edgar, Polyander, Alucha, Dog, Trep. Is it Janker, or like Yonker? I don't know if that J is soft. Tim, Samuel. Kinra. Zeb. Sound that sad. Joke's on you, my house is already burned down. And Benjamin. Sleepy and just got out of therapy. Man. I kind of know what that feels like, because when I reach high anxiety, my body's response is to get tired. So, sorry to hear that. Flame Enforcer, how you doing? How you doing? All right, just real quick, anybody that's you noticed that either not being allowed to chat or nobody's noticing you chat, there are two people that are still temporarily hidden, and based on the policies, they'll be unhidden at the conclusion of this stream. So, just so you know. I'm hype. I was going to take my dog out for a walk so that she wasn't, you know, crazy today. And then I realized it was 3 degrees.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
$6:30. It's fucking early.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed. suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Well, that's a great fucking introduction of Sherlock Holmes, the greatest name in history. Also, hello, Brian. Oh, my throbbing head, what's going on? Which A game has the weakest OST so far? Ooh, I don't know. That's a good question. A really good question. Sweetie, thank you for the sub. I'd have to think about that one. Also, Crococore, thank you for the lurk. And Tom, how's it going? Farid. And Daniel. So this is what? Early 20th century? 1900 something, 1910s? Late 19th century? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, We had to drag you out of wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. We found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Or is that... Oh, it's her. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato! Wait, what'd you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ah, you pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was just discovered not long ago. What? What is up with these games? And hey, you know that awesome character from the first chapter? I don't know, Tao. It's a good fucking question. I mean, like, I guess I'd be more shocked if it hadn't happened to Mia. In the exact same fucking way. We were like, oh man, Kazuma's awesome. Oh man, Mia's awesome. And then, oh, she's dead. Yeah, can't have homies. Your homies die. Damn. So I'm guessing we're gonna... I just don't want any answer to this. It's just speculation for me at this point. I'm guessing we're gonna take over whatever his, like, low-key mission was. Towel. No, Maxim. That's not something we're gonna be doing on a streamly basis. No, I appreciate the offer. You'll just have to deal with my terrible Russian accent. Those are going to be special indulgences. The body has been discovered! Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are not doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. These handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! Right, so I just was found innocent of murder only to go kill someone else. No! Kazuma, it's just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Well, what, does he expect him to get there and they're gonna be like, oh, yep, he's there, and they're like, well, fuck, you're here already, so I guess. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that, though I'm sure he didn't expect a human being to be in there. Really didn't think he'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, got him. Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Oh yeah, so the follow-up to that is the bitch. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. That sounds terrible. Let's just point out how terrible that sounds. They gotta kill off the Giga Chad, though. Like, It's kind of like Mia, in that Mia was OP initially, like in the early stages of the, learning about the world and stuff like that. Cosmo's the same way. He's like the OP friend that has to die. I know that's how travel was. That doesn't make it sound any less terrible. But if you confine yourself to the cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving to a stowaway. I hope there's a fucking bathroom there. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. Okay. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, this would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. Didn't you just get there? Wouldn't the cabin be cleaned beforehand? I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? And I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. Man, they killed him fucking immediately too. We've been at sea for about 15 days. What? Why were you still in the wardrobe? I guess you have to hide the wardrobe every time the steward comes. How can this have happened? We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at the next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before. You said to admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit truth. Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. Looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. Told you that sword of Damocles was hanging over him. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be opened from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been someone inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? It's impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Oh, please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. This morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. That would actually be pretty cool. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without you noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted me to go to England. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Yeah, it's not suspicious at all. Well, it is his best friend, so there's like some, you know, it's not like he's cutting off all connections. I don't really know what the deal with his family. I don't know. I honestly don't know why he would agree to this. Because again, what happens when they get there and there's just another person? Again, do they just shrug and go, well, we're here already? That seems optimistic. Foreshadowing. What? Nothing. Forget I said anything. It is a huge opportunity. If it works out, it's amazing. that's just it. What's the actual likelihood of it working out? Did you tell JB that Cosmo died and now he's sad? It's fine, baby. Yes, deprive your brain of oxygen. That'll do it. That sounds awful. Drink a bunch of water. Happy birthday, Tim. Early birthday. That's true, Tal. That is true.
Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. How his headband was always still flowing without wind around. The look in his eyes then was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship I made.
I know Kazuma-sama. I expect he was trying to protect me, avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's exactly right, yes. We're perfect, in fact.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought something to eat, just like he always did. Then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I
Fell asleep?
well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even start when Kazuma-sama was killed?
Well, yes. I'm assuming they actually split the meals, which, I mean, I don't know how much they got. That's possible. Getting underfed a bit, but... Yeah, exactly. You can't be like, we don't know the cause of death, but we know you did it! Yo, what's up, like? The boob tube! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I drank most of this bang, which is probably gonna make my chest hurt in a little bit. Please enjoy your coffee. Don't do what I did. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do, but it's the truth.
If I had woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really?
Look at his head. Maybe he's been hit. Is something wrong?
Oh, no, please, forget it.
His head's like bleeding and he doesn't know, and she's like,
No, don't worry about it.
Sato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it.
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this.
Ugh.
Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why'd this have to happen?
Ugh, I can't take this. No. So, that's an interesting situation. Because, like... the person consented and is engaging in an act that generally is not considered dangerous. In fact, it's considered to be very healthy exercise. So, being the person they have sex with when they die is not going to constitute murder or even manslaughter or anything like that. It's an accident. Succubus is kill on purpose, though. This person would have to, like, be a life force sucker and they know what they're doing to you.
Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry. Cosmo was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Thought he was gonna break that chain.
Boss, what do you propose to do then?
Going to investigate. Going to find out exactly what happened here. Going to work out who took Cosmo's life, and how and why they did it. I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. Hiya!
What the? That was a Susato takedown.
Susato what?
What martial art form is that? Going to need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it.
Yes, your innocence. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to...
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in court of law.
I see. He's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence.
I have to get Susato's son to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck on the doors?
Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Cosmo always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
If I was truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. That's super basic logic.
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Cosmo-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san. Yeah, he's just upside down like, well, just think about this for a second. Yeah, it's lucky that we had that. Well, we didn't even have that. I guess he just knew. So it's lucky that we knew, like, had thought that. But I mean, to me, that's pretty fucking obvious. She should have thought about that before even talking to us. I can't see Herlock fucking Sholmes thinking that we somehow were able to put ourselves in the wardrobe and stick that piece of paper on it. Literally, let me at least mourn my best friend. No, it's okay, Fareed. You're role-playing the time period. Like Ouchie. And a woman at that. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up?
In light of that very obvious evidence that we all ignored for some reason, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating it here, at least.
Thank you. Do you finally believe me?
I'm sorry. No.
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. Hold on. I'll be right back. I was waiting for a point, like a little break, to get myself some more water. This forced a break. Good lord, Susato. So apparently we are a warlock. Or some shit. That'll make the rest of this game interesting, that's for damn sure. Oh no, that's sad. Anyway. Oh, Ghost Cosmo. Ugh. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. It doesn't appear that Cosmo was. Cosmo too smart and useful to be related to either of them. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. Yes, you could be a warlock. I just talked about that. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, should make a start on investigating in here, examining everything I can. Cosmo, I swear, I will avenge your death. These are the rules of passage for travel above the SS something. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful enough to look all around using A and D. Wait. 4 and 6? Oh, 4 and 6 here. Okay. Aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Could be the concussion. Blizzard? Oh, okay, gotcha. The SS Blizzard. Yeah, she seems to be a sorceress. My keys 4 and 6 are kind of sticky these days, so I can't, I don't have my full range of motion. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they're all toppled in some way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. And perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage? Wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. The way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight up again. I don't like to see a mess. That's tampering with the crime scene! She was bitching to me about that? There's a lot of shit here. There's nothing on this table at all. The plates and cutlery are all on the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. Oh my god. Did they just take 2-1 and, repurpose it? Kazuma has a broken neck, yet he was able to write perfectly legible Russian! Not even his native tongue! So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened, Kazuma-sama? No. Dude just left it at that. No. Segi, The Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship? Ah, yes. Because I committed one crime, I must have committed the other. Oh, you're gonna bring that up, aren't you? I can't win. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Like a real boy. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his final night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Brian, I thought about that for a second, like, oh, here it comes. I'm a good boy, Susato-san, not a dog. Now pet me. My tail's wagging, see? Right there. It's like, where'd my dog go? Ugh, I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Maybe I should regurgitate it all into his mouth. That's what friends do, right? That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Maxim? I'm sorry, I must. That sentence triggered me too much. Triggered indeed. Just like that begs versus raises the question triggers Brian, I could care less absolutely infuriates me. Nobody is exempt from that rule. Mod or otherwise. You bring up something being vague and ambiguous to the corner with you. That is living dangerously. I could care less. I really like the guy, so I actually care quite a bit. Yeah, if that's your thing, like, good. Okay, understood. But we all know that's not what he was talking about. Which? Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the ship. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. I can't remember if it was V3 or Investigations 1. None of that's anything? Kind of strange.
Okay.
Surprised they didn't mention that the tablecloth was disturbed. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this boat had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure.
Except that they just got in the cabin. Ouch! That's what we're really concentrating on here, right? So, correct, you would be able to get out.
No wonder everyone suspects me. She glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from it outside the room in a situation like this.
What they used in V3? I forgot what they used to lock the door.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself.
Oh, that's right. He like spun the thing so that it would knock it in, right? Hey, Infernal. I think it has. Thank you for the $2. I think it's. I think it has the appearance of a locked room scenario, but I think that's supposed to be a red herring. Why? Oh. Properties. Whatever. It's a good game so far. Excited to play the rest. I'm not even sure that's where Amadeus started the meme. I don't remember why they started the meme. Because that lawyer thing, wasn't that like... We had a much smaller group for that, didn't we?
But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. She glares at me like that. I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Is this love?
Is this love?
It's been 18 years. What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Cosmo. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? If it belonged to like his dead mother or something. And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? A sort of a brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. Is it the color of brick? It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in this cabin. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? But I was wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about this crime? Very funny. Oh, I wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yeah, of course not. Now back to the corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a moment there, he seemed a little flustered. Criminal. Criminal. Yeah, I don't have a good Russian name. This is my punishment to Maxim for attempting to overthrow the glorious Republic of Twain. Wait, what do you mean? More of a hard yet? Too early for shots? Are you off today? If so, 12 o'clock somewhere. 5 o'clock somewhere. There's every time somewhere, so. Like the way I just did it. Because I see what you're saying, because I like feel the subtle difference. I just have to remember to make sure that I'm saying it correctly. Did Cosmo write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot down. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. She's actually a pretty good guard dog in terms of noise. It gets obnoxious at times. She's probably barking at somebody who's walking like across the street, a block down. Now this is interesting. So this is going to be like 11037, except we will be in the position of the a Japanese player that wouldn't have necessarily known. Because now I don't know Russian. I didn't realize Lucy was such a common name until after we named the dog. Because I didn't really. What was it? Did I? This is the Great Ace Attorney, Chronicles. Wait, is that what you're asking? Wait, what could JB possibly have said? He doesn't know this game. Oh, did he translate the word? I see. Yeah, I don't want to know the word. Otherwise, I would just go translate it myself. I like being in the position of Rinosuke, who doesn't know. Well, I'm assuming he doesn't know what the word is, and I don't either. So it'd be more fun to be in his position. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. Suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. It'd be interesting to know if he actually knew how to write Russian script. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. Yeah, no shit. What? Then what language is it?
Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's go!
A light. Thank you for re-upping your membership to the student body. 20 big old months. Much appreciated. Almost 2 years. I think I can understand a few letters from watching Maxim type Russian every so often, but like not nearly enough to actually put the word together. Shadzich. Oh, is that how you spell my name? Looks neat, if that's right.
Pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? That's a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese.
Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds.
Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. W, it's either B or Y? Like, what, depending on context, I assume? Or is it just like an unsure thing? So it's like, trying to be as close as possible.
This is where Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing.
With that purple ink because he's a boss.
London Diary. Poor Kazuma didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though his last entry is incomplete.
Which means...
What? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened?
See what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Hiya! God damn it!
That's out of the question.
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts.
Motherfucker, this is basic discovery. Don't... I'd say more, but you took the wind out of me. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? I guess just fuck us, because it's his diary. Oh, I see. Interesting. Interesting. The pain tier list. If I speak any other language, I took 4 years of Japanese in high school. I can still conversate okay. Okay, not like great. my reading has declined, and my writing's just absolute trash now. I was always bad at kanji to begin with, and now it's just like it's completely gone. They do write from right to left, from top to bottom. All right, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-san. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. In this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Let's use 4 to turn our head. Okay, so this is all... Wardrobe, bed's nothing, this is something. Okay, so these look like the last 2 things. Maybe, ooh. Hello! I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. That a little odd. What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, that's what it is. Looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose, maybe. Sure. The fuck? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. What the fuck? Where'd he come from? Oh, how did he... Where's the rest? Oh, I see. He's turned over. You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here. He looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruto-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, I can't even see his fucking face, first of all, so why would I? Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. Something very unusual about him. Is he investigating Kazuma's death, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, you press space on people when they're in crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Yeah, we didn't have to... Let's look at this first. I almost thought he had, like, come out of an opening of the desk, but then I saw his legs and saw that he was on his knees, bent over. That makes more sense. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. Though yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. Oh. Is she gonna hold a grudge for years? And later come back and try to kill him because she's like, you should have been able to protect your friend? No, sadly not. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh, this is a
critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I didn't startle you. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Cosmo's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes. Everything is clear now. Train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh! That's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. No mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native island of... You have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that surmises the facts beautifully.
So he's bad Sherlock Holmes, which is why he's Herlock Sholmes.
No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes.
Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you?
Certainly I am.
Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims in his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. Actually, I mean, that sailor's Russian, at least.
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
What?
And you're plotting a revolution, too! Shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked.
No, listen, there's no way Hiya! Bro.
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous.
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive me.
And as for you, what kind of a deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head.
Ah, but was I not right? While venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not?
Well, yes, maybe. The handcuffs were a dead fucking giveaway.
Ah, there you have it, you see. What do you make of that,
Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation.
Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right.
I don't think you introduced yourself.
Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me.
I am none other than the greatest detective of the century known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes.
So, it's really you? The actual Herlock Sholmes?
The very same. The inimitable, actual Herlock Sholmes. Zato's 5 foot? Good lord. Well, get big, Holmes. Sholmes? 6 feet. What a shorty. $20% of the time, he's right every time. Do you know this man, Sato-san? The most fabulous detective in the world? Naruto-san, of course I do. There's no one who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? You must ask him what he's deduced. You have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Maybe it's because you thought you were Russian. I'd feel pretty awesome, TBH. Up that window. Here we go. I didn't take her out for a sniff tour behavior. You know, just by pawing my chair isn't gonna change anything. I think I figured something else about her energy spikes too. I think it mirrors my energy spikes. Heals. Easy. Make sure the window's closed. It is 3 degrees out. Should not be having a window open. It was cracked a little. Well, that would explain it. What? What is it? What is it? I'll be right back.
So you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No. I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Hair. Please, call me Sholmes. Read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rand's Magazine. Full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Especially? I mean, like, special? There's one under his hat. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed, I am. You've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer? Do you? Does everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? H. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of the cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. Another glance, twitch of the muscle, slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Wilson! Yeah, the volleyball. This is the one who records all of this shit. Right. The trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? As you can see, I have a term. Talent? So you see, I have a talent for both observation and for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, what accent do you think I'm giving him? I don't think it has to be over the top. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. What are you talking about? I'm not the Russian revolutionary. Y'all tried to revolt against me. Oh, you mean as Rinosuke. Gotcha. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me.
Oh, really? 2 facts, you say? Ooh, I like that. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning?
Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. First, the 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me.
Yes, I understand, but what were they?
Allow me to elucidate.
Elucidate? He said, what, 3 words I've never heard before? That's pretty impressive in such a short period of time.
The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime was as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance.
Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian?
Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor.
O-B-A. What this is.
Ah, it's right fucking there. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian.
Kazuma was Russian, was he?
Initially, I considered Garderob maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Guard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer.
Maxim's the killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too?
As if that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. School uniforms are traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea.
And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Robert Guard? Sure, I would have bought that in this game.
I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for future hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Cosmo had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah, thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What's pray? You mentioned Russian before as well, didn't you?
You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that?
Ah, yes. The train of reasoning that led me to the truth.
Do you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think?
Koneko? Konekno? Konekno? Or is it etch?
Sure.
Konechno. It almost sounds like it's like correcto. Correct. But that wouldn't make sense in this context. Oh, it means sure. I see. Konechno. Certainly. God, no, I wouldn't. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian? Can we talk about your deduction before? Things you concluded about me, I mean? The now famously accurate, troubling predicaments you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary Vile Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Adrian Slayer. Yeah, villain. As a Russian, I can confirm we all look like that. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Was Cosmo a Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Cosmo-sama wrote on the floor. It's a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, William Bolshevik. No, no, no! How can it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Oh, that's because I'm a stowaway. Name does not appear. Does not appear. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah, yes. Journalists clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in this article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he has plotted. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was concluded. There can be no mistake. Bolsheviks. I had heard that word before, so I assumed that's what it was, but I couldn't remember what the word meant or would refer to. Got him. Yeah, my warlock magic, right? I can't rule out that possibility. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? What about the part where you said I was... And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Yeah, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages. I see no rubbish bin nearby. Wait, no. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. God, I was not ready for Sherlock's speech today. Just general speech pattern. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back, cast your eyes over it sometime if the interest takes you. But you may need someone to interpret it. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Before we started talking, you were examining Cosmo's desk, weren't you? Cosmo? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Cosmo's keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Can he read Japanese? Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, we're about to know what a Susano takedown is. No, she's not gonna do anything because it's him. Susano-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean? You know, I already knew what was gonna come, but I didn't realize her response would be so infuriating. She is a fucking simp, Jesus. Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. You can read it, doesn't mean you necessarily understand it. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado. Yare yare. I trust you're suitably impressed. Ha! 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 She is 16. She's just love-struck. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off before just then? If you'd be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. I'm not where I want to be with his personality yet. It's gonna take a stream or two for me to get down, like, my satisfactory presentation of him. I want it to be more energetic and exaggerated. Like, he goes on these, like, long-ass trains of thought where it's like, how can you do that without breathing at least once? "1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill." Speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I've no idea. I never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? That man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. If I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. That's fair. Oh, I suppose. You think of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrists should reveal the answer. Oh, please. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Never do me. I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it! Only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that, too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So, what were you looking at? My knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Ha 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 ha! Oh, he's just being plain rude. It does sound like he's laughing. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruto-san, what are you just standing there for? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can— Hiya! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? He's going to roll over and accept your fate? If you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Tal. They're getting a little rustled over there. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me. There are still things I can do to help myself. I owe it to Cosmo to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Is something wrong, Naruto-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. What can I do for you? Wait, who's that? No. Yes, what can I do for you? Oh, God. Here we go. I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship. Whoop. Oh, that was weird. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. How is he not bedridden? Jesus. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I could swear I just explained that. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Usagi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Usagi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? Vomiting the grape juice that he keeps drinking? Make it pink, then it's Pepto-Bismol? Oh, it definitely concerns me. Hello, Luigi. I'm not sure. These are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night every day. But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment. Usagi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. I know how it's pronounced. Didn't I just say I spoke Japanese? Asogi. Not, I never said Asagi. Oh, actually, now that you mention it, I think I did say Asagi once, at least. Asogi. Asogi-san. S-O. O is O. Is an O-H. Yeah, right? Somebody's helping us. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. Or we're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not! You'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to... Yes, so we need... Read who's talking. Yes, so we need to be allowed... Something's wrong today, and I don't know what it is. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now, they think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san? By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present
Evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright. Yes, I think I might know what we can use. Meta.
What's that? It's Cosmo's diary. Just before he died, Cosmo-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, "What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill." A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. What I'd like to know is... Don't tell me, the ventilator is... You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin.
That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was.
Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though.
But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders?
I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asugi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san.
I'm not reading any more meta lines. We done with the meta lines.
Who the fuck?
Phone's fucking blowing up. And not with anything like... Not anything work-related, which is what's annoying. Ooh, finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. This is the most luxurious accommodations.
It's a boat. Cosmo-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard. Ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. Buria. It shows each deck, too. Look! Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering! Been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. They don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Oh, I suppose so. That isn't really a scientific explanation. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? Is it? When did antibiotics become a thing? Is it penicillin? No, it's not. No, it's not. Is it pleasing shape? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You fucking... You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in even a worse... You'd be in... I swear I can talk today. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. A rather reasonable request. Hey man, fuck spoken language. Islands are clearly fake and not real. I don't know, today it's just worse for some reason. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the voices that I'm doing or... Maybe it's just a day where my mind isn't particularly sharp. I don't know. I have no idea. Trap for catching mice. That's huge! Looks like a rat trap. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I don't know what that tastes like. That's interesting, because Hokkaido has a lot of dairy production, but I guess I don't know when that dairy production started to occur. My Japanese sensei would refer to Hokkaido as the Wisconsin of Japan. It is heartbreaking. It is very heartbreaking. As someone who could live on cheese. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Let's make this distinction real quick. It's not that I can't eat it. I can certainly eat it. But obtaining it is the problem. If I were to find a way to obtain it, I could certainly eat it. Come on, Susato. You gotta learn how to be intricate with these details. Oh, it is. But their food's really good. Are you lactose intolerant? Really? But... I suppose you're right. I'm just gonna get a clip of Peter Griffin sighing. An audio clip, and just play that every time he does it. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Man, I really miss Cosmo. Already. Yeah, it's interesting how that works. It just depends on what it is. It's really interesting. What really grinds my gears? The inability to speak. Now, I'm just trying to, I'm just here trying to entertain individuals, and I'm like, what's going on in spoken language? Just doesn't work today for some reason? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Hi, Mr. Gigantic Man. Your face kind of looked familiar. Oh, excuse me. We, need to get inside this cabin here. This sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. Jesus Christ! Eat your heart out, Titanic. That's a huge book on top of the table there. There's a pen next to it. Yes. That looks like the ship's log. Don't we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. I wonder. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. This is the beta Titanic. The Titan. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Somebody wrote, like, what, a handful of years before the Titanic set sail that a boat that was the biggest in the world called the Titan would sink because it hit an iceberg? Actually, I don't remember if it was because of an iceberg, but it said it would sink. And what's really funny is that book could be incredibly dog shit in terms of like how bad it's written, but it doesn't matter. The subject matter is what makes it amazing. The gigantic. Dust is. Need to dust the room again. F in chat to rooms with electronics. It'll be forever dusty. Oh, gee. Yeah, the wreck of the Titan. Yep, that's the one. That be the one. Hey, Rand. Not sure if I saw you earlier. Yeah, dude, go to sleep. I might have to go to sleep soon. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, I woke up and I felt energetic, and now it's just like, I don't know. Got a case of the Mondays. Something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Or snap your neck. Or rip out your heart. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. There's no way I could run away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I need. I feel really off. Let me take some vitamin D. Vitamin D? Maybe vitamin D will help me.
What is it? Am I forgetting something? Sorry, I need to think about this for a minute. Try to solve this. Sometimes you just feel off, but I wish I knew why. Like the caffeine's giving me energy, but it's not the right energy. Almost like it's automated. I did eat. Probably should have had a little more, but it's not like I had nothing. You know, Light, it's sad. For a brief moment, I thought about putting together a mixed drink to solve this problem, but I don't think that's what's going to... If anything, that's going to make it worse. Alright. You. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? All right, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class ladies' maid? All right, Mr. Jaundice. Fucking relax. Oh, I want to slap him with my ring hand and challenge him to a duel. What a dick. Oh. We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not a sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman Biff Strognev. Stroganov? Is it Stroznev or Stroganov? Is it a G or a J? Is the BIF pronounced as beef in Russian? It is strong enough, isn't it? Strong enough. I think it has like a double meaning. There was already a Wellington, though. Biff Stroganov. Woo! The best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganov, about this first-class cabin area. Stroganov, Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship for important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling, and secret many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you into ocean. But Stroganov is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Da. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da.
I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsley Roylat. Grimsby Roylat? What's the pun here? Grimsby Roylat. Grimsby Roylat. Grimes by Roylat. Right, later, Tout. There is no pun, it's just a stupid fucking name. Shout out to all my Grimesbys out there. Mr. Grimsby Roylat. He is very important Western gentleman. Oh, it's just a Sherlock reference, I see. And I don't know what that reference is, so... A Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylat is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in not a student from insignificant Far East Islands. Oh yeah, so insignificant that we're in first fucking class? You moron! That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylat came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there was anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Huh! Wait. Is that Niet? Niet? Is that how Niet is spelled? Is Niet, okay. Niet! Niet. God, that subtle difference is still difficult. Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. You didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything wrong in some way? What you looking over there for, guy? You see something over there? Something interesting? I don't know. Maybe I should press the 6 button and take a look over there with you. See what you're looking at. I said no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Yet. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on... Wait, when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when pigs fly. When the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Even though I'm not English, so I don't... They do have pork, though, so I know what pigs are. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it, too. Should we have a look through it? The writing is so neat and precise, every detail! We read this, but I bet there's gonna be something else now, maybe. Because he's gone. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. That's the exact... And last time she even said more, she was like, huh. Da-da-da-da. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. I'm gonna use it too. When lobster whistles on top of mountain. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. It's a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside! I'm about to break the wall down! Sorry, just trying to amp myself up. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes, I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Yeah, Pig's Fly is an old thing too, but I've used it before. I suppose it doesn't look exactly like him, but, I don't know. Oh, she's pretty. This is interesting. You found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ha! I'm glad you noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. It pops up everywhere. It's Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer is reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? Okay. Let's just admit that every language has their hard to remember names. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Tiara is property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Of the diamonds or of the... Anyways. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, at least she called him out on it. I don't know. They be hating it here. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. You heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd! I need to give it. As you can see, there's no one but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. Actually, I should give him like a... Like he's really trying to not have an accent. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now. Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesley Broilot, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. And he uses that magazine like a business card. Instead of just having a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. No, we can't make him with Cell. We just had him. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Yeah, we gave the whistle voice to Simon. Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. That's exactly what you should do. Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now! Otherwise I'll call the stewards! So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimes B. Royland. No doubt about it, this strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Mr. Royland, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh, I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. getting anywhere here. I agree. Maybe someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Royal. Why is he just chilling there? Oh, God. Yeah, we get it. We get it. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe while it's waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylat, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russians will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? You like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. I'm about to apply my great detective's great deduction of the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed? Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is a fellow dubious on account of his Russianness? Or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. Yeah, says the guy who's like, that sounds like the Russian thing to do. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence! What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind about it now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylat, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you nuts? Uh-huh. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Those it's nuts? Ah! Oh, Naruto-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Holmes' great deductions with my own eyes! That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, you can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle? Twaddle? What ineffable twaddle? Huh, okay. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astounding impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but the color has drained from Mr. Roylet's face. Actually, it looks like he gained other color. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Choo-choo! Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The game is afoot. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylet, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You're on the verge of using shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this most magnificent beard? Mr. Roylet, once again the answer is plain. You have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylet. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik. Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik! Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylet. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coon. Doyle betrays you. Once again, we need only to follow your furtive. So many words I've never heard before today, all flooding in my mind at once. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your troubling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. There's another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the feeding revolutionary to the back page. I feel like the word is vaguely familiar, but that's not a word that you hear in everyday American English, at least. I mean, it's by context clues, it's obvious what the word means. But, I mean, it's, again, not a word that's very commonly used. Probably because it's unnecessary to generally use it. Because, like, you can just remove that word, the sentence still means the same thing. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. I can't argue with that logic. Just talk to more Sherlock Holmes' forehead. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? I mean, could she really fit in that case? That's a really small case. I mean, I'm sure she's small, she's a ballerina, but still. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Oh, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Yeah, I did think maybe that's just the game being lazy, but I suppose... Well, I guess the other point is that we don't know when that photo was taken. The biggest problem is that his face is shorter, not the beard part. The beard part, you can, I could grow that eventually if I wanted to. Depends on our part you've taken that picture, but I can't simply elongate my face over time. That's one thing I cannot do. Or delongate my face. Oh yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well, able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Rolla does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, that part about him abducting the ballerina? Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? Oh, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Rim shot! Some years ago, I read something put in, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithiness in their bodies. Lithiness. Lithiness. For such a sour bunch, it surely would be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little of off itself, Miss Susato. Just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Ah! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I hope they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Russian bots here? It's on sub mode. Do they actually sub? I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Really? Well, they've bothered to sub. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. An enormous pair of shears in your hand. Yeah, we've done this already. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I don't know. Would you use a fucking knife to shave your beard? But we could ask Officer Marshall about that. Suddenly this is a problem. I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me though. Suddenly that's over the top. Doesn't seem to be something. Beard. Ugh, got some hair in my mouth. But it's more likely that you'd have to use a blade like this at this point in time than now.
Of course they have. I get shaved with what's basically a knife. Just not... It's a straight edge. It's just a fucking blade. They regressed? Perhaps. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here now, Hodo. Let's try to switch a keyword now, Hodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roy. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Holmes' deduction matter. Then what? And I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyways, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? Oh, so it was her. So that my voice was entirely inappropriate. I should have been talking like this or something. I should have been talking like this. A girl trying to sound like a guy.
Yes!
You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is an article about the revolutionary. That was a shock. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyways, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. It feels though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Oh. she have a fake nose, too? What happened to her coat size? She, like, lost, like, 40% of her mass. Hey, Beth. What the fuck? Of course it didn't look like a goddamn woman. They didn't show her removing, like, pillows or something she stuffed in her jacket. Now it suddenly fits her form a lot more perfectly. 2 coats would make sense, too. Yeah. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. Nina's such a cute name. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Yeah, a woman is revealed. Out she comes out. What the hell? How dare you? Now, as far as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you that I speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. The traveling case. This woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. Though clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? You can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. You like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara! Never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Looks more like amethyst. Could diamonds be, like, straight purple like that? I don't know. There's no diamonds are purty. Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What? Me? Is it usually girls who wear tiaras?
How dare you suggest that I, a man, ever put a tiara on his head?
Wouldn't you like to try it on? We should have a command for ouchies. Fucking misogyny. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Oh, that was Sholmes. Yeah, whatever. Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah!
no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. The girl's only 15 years old. She's run away all by herself. Must have been extremely lonely. Right, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Yeah, probably has her fucking undergarments or something in it. I wouldn't show those to you either. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You careless Doyle. It's the same thing. Okay. Doyle? Doyle? Who knows French? It means what? Eggs? Oh, I mean, that's not even that much money. I mean, if you just want to start a new life and run away somewhere else, it's not bad. It's not a bad amount to start with. Dewey. You're careless too, Dewey. Dewey. God, that sounds odd in that accent. You're careless too. You're careless coo, Dewey. Sounds like I'm saying Dewey. Dewey. Your careless coo, Dewey betrays you. It sounds like Dewey. It sounds weird because I'm saying it in the British accent. I think if I just said it in like my accent, it wouldn't sound as weird to me, at least. Oh, how they move their eyes. Makes sense. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case may have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Must be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her glance was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her glance in the direction of the bookcase. One of the statues?
Yes!
The way I see it, books are the treasured collection of all human knowledge. There's almost nothing you can't look up in a book. Which means we can probably look up the reason why Miss Pavlova won't open her case in one too. Are you quite concentrating? You've identified exactly what I did originally. Oh yes, so I have. Sorry. Well, I do understand. As intimidable as I am, people do like to try. But you won't make a great detective like that, not even a great detective's assistant. Assistance then? Alright, I'll think again. I wasn't pointing at the fucking books! Alright, fine. Right, yeah, duh, come on. How do you like... Okay, so there's no, like... I wonder if... There's no way to, like, quick... Oh, I see, because it all says books on a shelf. What was this again? Passage. This? You took a picture? Oh. I should probably stop presenting things without, like, first examining them. I was like, ah, fuck it. Picture, maybe? I don't fucking know. I need to read the rules of passage again. I don't remember what they were. Yeah, I know. I just keep going to present right away because I'm an idiot. I should inspect first before... These are the rules. Ah, dangerous objects. Oh, she has a cat in there. Oh, fuck. Like, you can skip it a lot easier when you've read it already, but when you haven't read it, even if it's something you don't care about, it takes fucking ever. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. From carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. No weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Hey. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel rules of passage a pet? G. That's a fun mode. I mean, like, some of the text is fire, but, like, the problem is... Yeah. Surprised you guys didn't tell me to do that. Oh, let me turn this off, because my controller will randomly go off and it doesn't, no reason for it to. There we go. See? That looks way better. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not. I am not Grimsby Roylett. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Couldn't have been easy. Maria's a huge steamship with a vast crew. Did you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure that they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. Who said what at the beginning often? You mean the first stream when I can hardly keep up with chat because there was so much shit going on as well as spoiling? Yeah. Yeah. Definitely saw any of that. Uh-huh. Why would I mention that otherwise? Yeah, they really are. They really are. Won't I just go to the menu and not do it? Right on the page, there was a picture of me. Although I'm mildly regretting this, it looks better, but at the same time, some of the text can be harder to read just depending on the scene. But I think overall it still looks better, so I'll just deal with that. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Maybe you should lock the door. Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You're right, it is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. The whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out. You say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But return! You must tell us, in as much detail as you can, muster, about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you. I will tell you. Oh, God. I will tell you. I do not know the nuances of Russian. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Shome's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. Just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Han, one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observioris. Fuck! Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say. Can't be helped at the moment. Can't it really? I could care less about chat, because I care about chat. If that did happen, it's possible I went to low and didn't know it was like, you could completely like remove it. In which case I'm surprised nobody would have said, hey, you can remove it completely. And in that situation, I would never, I don't remember ever saying that. Otherwise I would have. Because I mean, just in general, like you don't want to obscure the scene. Looks better that way. I don't know. Let's see. I think this looks best, but it also, like I said, there's a bit of an inconvenience to it. I don't know, what do you guys think? Why can't I? Oh, I see. I see. All right. God, this is huge. Get out of the way. There. All right, there you go. So yeah, low is this. This is low. And high looks like this. We're not going off, because off sucks. Alright, literally, yeah. All right, lurkers, I need your help. We have 15 votes and there's like 50 of you right now. Let's see if we can get up to at least half that amount. No, I think you're right. I had to have changed it from low because I think off is the default. But I don't think I knew that there was a high. Which maybe that was for the best. Excellent. Thank you for that last barrage of votes. Makes it a little more clear. I don't know. Can you close the stream and reopen it? Would that reopen the poll? In the Chronicles, it defaults to low? I mean, to me, this almost seems like the most natural way of doing it. TBH, with, like, the graphical enhancements and stuff. Yep, we got up to about halfway. So, looks like low's going to take it here. Alright, we keep it as low then. Thank you for your input. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? You let her talk? Jesus! I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. She's got the right of it, right? USA! 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 God, we're obnoxious. I don't mind my mods taking a side in something like that, though. Hey, Maxim. Hey, don't hate on her because she wanted to upgrade, dog. No, if she was German, she would have came to Wisconsin. She's Russian, she went somewhere else. Where's my gun? I can shoot in the air! Gah, gah, gah! Sorry, I'm being silly to try to inject myself with some energy. It's not really working. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. Then I'll start a new life. Sure, Mr. Stripes and Star. Oh, Maxim, you're hilarious. Shoot the gun into the hurricane. That'll kill it good. Oh, yeah. It's not just New Year's. New Year's and 4th of July both have this, apparent, like, period of time where the police just don't do anything about people shooting their guns into the air? Yeah, she's 16. Ain't none of that happening. Nah. 15. Yeah. It is quite annoying and dangerous. No, but that is interesting because they've talked about Great Britain as like the world power here. So it's really, it'll be interesting to see like the perspective of what America's like, even when it's like not like the place to go yet. So it's that's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, it's illegal, they just don't enforce it. Yeah, they do. Oh yeah, we're not supposed to have fireworks either, and people fucking do it anyways. Yeah, yet. It happened. I'm not saying it's still the case now, I'm just saying it did happen. What? I thought I read something. Did somebody's chat thing not show up? Hello, Mr. Skeleton, and welcome from the Ukraine. Please excuse my horrendous Eastern European accent that you're about to hear, because it is bad, but I'm trying my hardest. It gets even more annoying when you have pets, because the pets are terrified by it. And so it makes you like even more like, shut up! My old neighborhood, because there was I wouldn't call it a high crime area, because there weren't like, you might see a homicide like once every few years or something like that, but it was not common. But there's still a lot of gunshots. And so we had a game that we would play on our neighborhood page on Facebook. Was that a gunshot or a firework? And we tried to decide and determine whether cops had to be called. Oh God, that sounds horrible. Yeah, that seems fucking terrible. That dude will never live in the USA. I'd be surprised if Maxim ever even came here. It's not a fun game. It is not a fun game. It is 3 degrees Fahrenheit right now. No snow, but it is very cold. What would 3 degrees Fahrenheit be in Celsius? Oh, really? I was told recently that calling it the Ukraine is somewhat political. The Russian government uses it to try to portray it as a region rather than a sovereign nation. I see. That's pretty fucked up. Then I will make sure to simply refer to it as Ukraine and not add the. I did not know that. Minus 16, yes, 69 degrees Celsius. That's like piping hot, isn't it? Minus 60. I don't even want to know what our wind chill is. I just know that the base weather is 3. So yeah, we're at minus 16 degrees Celsius right now. It is cold.
You wish to forget a challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Valet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. That's so fucked up. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you can run away to protect yourself. So, wait, that's ran, not can. So you ran away to protect yourself. Never mind, it's only 57 here, God. I might have to put on my winter coat. Well, and that's 32, right? For us, Fahrenheit? 32 degrees Fahrenheit is the same as 0 degrees Celsius. Oh, I'm getting hot, to be honest. Oh, man. Might have to turn the AC on. Woo! Woo-hoo! Only minus 10 Celsius. Well, you're warmer than I am. I'd probably actually have taken my dog for a walk if it was minus 10 degrees Celsius instead of minus 16. That's because I am a warm human being. My body tends to be feel very warm consistently, and I would rather be trying to cool myself off than warm myself up in most circumstances. It was cold in here earlier, though, when I told you that my window was cracked and I didn't realize it. That's why I closed it. That, and I have all this computer equipment around me. It makes this part of this is probably the hottest part of the house. Did it really? I'm pretty sure that's not what it means. You're by the ocean, that's why. You're generally gonna have warmer weather than we are. Like, being on the lake is gonna make sure that I'm in a warmer spot than inland Wisconsin, but people that live on the ocean are generally going to be warmer than we are. Even if you're a little more north. We have some snow, but most of it melted yesterday. Like, it's probably like 6 inches right now. Maybe like 4. Kojima Brain does that. Hey, that's fair. Yeah, I always think, man, Death Valley sounds cool to visit, and I'm like, I will probably burn to death. I didn't ping again? I didn't do that last time either. I saw that the video posted. That would be a cool girl metal band name. Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation to what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you had boarded this vessel. However, SS Brios stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked them about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
Life Valley? Transform it to the Great Valley from Land Before Time. Who's gonna dislike that? Oh no, I don't live in Death Valley. That's like 50 to 100 miles away. No, I live in the Mojave Desert. Like that's that much better. Oh man, it just sounds so funny when you're like, yeah, I live in this desert. You're like, holy shit. Holy shit. That's hot. How far does the Mojave stretch? I knew Vegas was a part of it because of Fallout New Vegas. Not because of school or anything, but... Phoenix isn't super far away. Phoenix is... Is Phoenix closer to LA than Vegas is? No. I'm trying to remember where Phoenix is. It's northern Arizona, but I don't remember how close to the western border it is. You getting your just deserts? Yo, what's up, guy? Oh, so they're roughly the similar distances, I see. Oh, that's interesting, okay. I will probably not be sampling said Mountain Dew flavor. Cool celery. Like, what? Is that where we're at now? Yes. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. By the way, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. They found my precious. Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves to unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? Little puppy? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Yeah. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. bold oxy for gamers. Good lord. Can't beat Mountain Dew Code Red? I can, with Mountain Dew Baja Blast. That used to be a cool thing. Now they make it so that fucking everybody has access to it. Before you just had to go to Taco Bell if you want some Baja Blast. Now they just sell it on the shelves. I want to gatekeep. Got promoted. Oh, it's your job? Raspberry lemonade? That does sound kind of interesting. I said I thought it was a cat. I think that's what I said. Mountain Dew Taco Bell, exactly. Except everybody can have it now. Sweet Lightning. Peaches and honey. I'm not a peaches fan. So it doesn't sound great, but maybe combined with honey it would taste good? Yeah, Arby says the Jamochas. Yeah, that's right, you're Pep Mammoth. It's truly impressive. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when... They don't lay eggs daily, do they? I don't know anything about chickens other than they lay eggs and you put them in a coop. They don't. I didn't think so. They do? All right. Who's telling me the truth here? One to 2 eggs a day. Holy shit. That sounds terrible. If I was that size and a fucking egg came out of me 1 to 2 times a day? Never skip egg day. Oh, that's good. So the eggs are laid with or without fertilization? I mean, yeah, sure, I might have bigger shits than eggs, but my body size relative to those shits are not even close. So wait, your brother's the manager and you have to be in charge of him? That is kind of an interesting dynamic. Well, who wants their every morning? Good lord. Alright. I think it's time for me to hit the old dusty trail from this conversation. Once I saw that we eat unfertilized chicken menstruation. Alright, later, Tom. Hey, if it's unfertilized, sure, why not? Honey? But honey's so, like, healthy for you. What terrible thing could honey be? pun. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Nah. Oh, it appears the friend's identity is a closely guarded secret to not to be revealed. Obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Miss Pavlova, about this article. You look so beautiful, like a fairy. I'm scared if my picture is in the newspapers. You poor girl. She's so young, just 15 years old. For her to have run away all by herself, she must have felt very, very alone. Miss Pavlova, about this article. You know about this merciless revolutionary already? No. But when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. He looks just like me in my disguise. Huh? Am I the only one around here with eyes? The other man, the one wearing the brown, he also said so. He said we looked the same. Yes, he says a lot of things, but I have a strong feeling that besides you and the great detective, you wouldn't find another soul in this ocean who thinks there's any similarity there at all. Mr. Naruhodo, I won't allow you to speak ill of Mr. Sholmes. No, I wouldn't dream of it. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Ms. Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Uh-oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roland. Yes, what? Wow, that was awesome. Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roynet. Get out! The passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out. Ugh. It's like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Not gonna lie, that'd be pretty funny. But that's also because I hate Superman. So anything that, like, makes him even a smidgen more mildly interesting than he actually is would be awesome for me. The thing is that Sherlock Holmes is actually interesting from the get-go, whereas Superman is not. So we lost our chance, having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. We were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. I don't despise him, I just find him entirely uninteresting. Yeah, so like they show that his powers of observation are incredible, but his deduction isn't. And that's kind of the problem though, is that his deduction is supposed to be beyond reproach. Well, because some people associate Superman with, like, USA, which is really stupid. Really stupid? Because he's a fucking alien? Because some people say it did hurt them. It hurt them. Alright. This is a good place to stop. We don't stop here for the day. I would go a little bit longer, but I still don't have my energy. I'm surprised I made it to 4 hours, actually. Today was a struggle, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. I just feel off today. Hopefully it's better by tomorrow with Earthbound. Although, oddly enough, my zaniness, forced zaniness goes better with Earthbound than it does with this game. Even though this game is also zany. Not as zany as Earthbound, though. That game, woo! Russian case will continue next time. Sometimes it's just the day, beginning of the week. It just happens. It's just frustrating because I like to know that if there is a problem, there is a way to solve that problem. And when there is not, it makes me frustrated. No, I wouldn't go back to original schedule. This has been great so far in general. Today's been the first day where it was like, ugh. Is there a chance you might have caught COVID again? I mean, I guess there's always a chance. My wife and I took tests recently. We were both negative. Like Friday, and I haven't been anywhere else. Although she has. That's what Tal did. He's like, man, waking up early might be nice. Like, hey, I welcome your viewership if you decide to do so. We can get into a healthier routine together. Thoughts on the first deduction? I like the game mechanic. It's fun. Yeah, I guess I don't really have anything else to say about it just yet. It's straightforward enough, but still, like, makes you think. And it's cool that they team up for it. Because, like, Sholmes isn't like, oh, fuck you, this is how dare you, infringe on my territory. Instead, they, like, solve it together, and it's fun, you know. 7 to 10 at night. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just, that's what your body's doing, that's what your body's doing. You hope that you can make a change, but it doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to. Yeah, I'm forcing my body to do it. It's reacted better than I've anticipated so far, so that's good. But yeah, we'll get going on this case on Friday. Hopefully, more progress than today. I just got I intentionally would go off on some tangents just to try to keep my mind I don't know. It's not the game. It's not the game at all. It's just something feels off about me. So we'll figure that out. Oh, yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you to Lightgazer for re-upping the membership. Thank you to Infernal for the $2. Thank you to everybody else for hanging out. Let's see. So, claustrophobia and I'll do this right now so I don't forget. Unbannings. Did you guys hide anybody today? I don't even like calling them bannings. I like calling them hidings because they don't intend to be permanent. And if they're not permanent, they don't call them a ban. Man, so many N-word names. Hustle. I know there were some bots, which is really weird. This bot had to have subbed. I didn't think they'd actually bother subbing. I'm just wondering if there's anybody I need to unban right now. We'll save these for now. If there's anybody else, do I recognize any names on here that were not on here before? Not as easy if they don't have a file picture. When did One Punch Man get banned? Kinra? What did Kinra do? I don't think... Pretty sure Kinra wasn't on here before. Kinra's not known for doing anything like that ever, though, so... Assuming that's a... Go with an unban right there. Unhidden. Kinra's name is Kinra Jade. I don't know if that's who you're talking about specifically, but I saw them on there and they are a pretty good viewer usually, so I don't think that requires any further hiding. Yeah, they would have to manually sub. It's really weird. I didn't think they'd do that. Okay, so as of right now, we have no hidden viewers from these streams. I did, yes. They're unhidden. All right. I'll be back tomorrow with Earthbound and more of this on Friday. So until then, everybody, take it easy. Stream is adjourned. Hello.